in Africa, the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Citizens to Social Protection and Social Security, and the Protocol to the African Charter on the Right to a Nationality and the Eradication of Statelessness in Africa. Let us now look at their ratification status across the continent. Starting with the Refugees Convention. This is one of the most widely adopted human rights treaties, demonstrating strong regional commitment to refugee protection. 46 ratifications out of 55. Just 9 more, and we will reach universal ratification. West Africa leads with the highest rate. Next, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. As the foundation of the African human rights system, it enjoys near universal ratification. 54 out of 55 member states have ratified it. Western and Eastern Africa lead, largely because they have the most countries. All other regions except the Northern region have achieved full ratification. Only one ratification is left to reach universal status. The Maputo Protocol, paramount for setting high standards for gender equality and holding governments accountable for women's rights, still needs 9 more ratifications to reach universal coverage. West Africa is leading here. Ladies, you know what to do. The Kampala Convention, the world's first legally binding regional treaty for the protection of internally displaced persons, currently has 34 ratifications. We still need 21 more, and once again, West Africa leads. The Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons has only 17 ratifications. A very important instrument providing dignity and protection for aging populations. With such a low rate, our elders may not be very happy with us. Let us try harder, like Southern Africa, which leads in this category. When it comes to inclusion, Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is essential for protecting the rights of over 80 million Africans living with disabilities. Yet it also stands at 17 ratifications. Congratulations to Southern Africa for leading here as well. Social protection is critical, but the Protocol on Social Protection and Social Security, aimed at addressing the continent's less than 20% social protection coverage, has only 2 ratifications so far. Only 2. We can do better. The Protocol on Nationality, designed to prevent statelessness and ensure everyone has a nationality, has 0 ratifications, and not even a signature. Really? And the newest instrument, the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, has 8 signatures, but still 0 ratifications. Certainly, an area where improvement is needed. To summarize, the most ratified instruments are the African Charter, the Refugee Convention, the Maputo Protocol, the Kampala Convention, the Protocols on Older Persons and Disabilities, the Social Security Protocol. What does this tell us? Universal ratification of human rights instruments in Africa still faces major hurdles, political, structural, and cultural. And while many states sign major instruments, more sensitive or technical protocols, especially those allowing individual access to justice, see slower progress. The way forward, we can advance ratification through strategies such as sub-regional peer pressure through ECOWAS, ECCAS, SADC, IGAD, UMA, and others. Customized regional strategies tailored to specific contexts, strengthening NHRIs and CSOs to advocate domestically. Organizing ratification and thematic campaigns, promoting the benefits of ratification for governance, community relations, and credibility. Regional leaders, where does your country stand? Central Africa. Cameroon leads with 6, followed by Congo with 5. East Africa. Uganda leads with 7, Rwanda follows with 6. West Africa. Nigeria and Niger are tied with 6 each. Southern Africa. Zimbabwe leads with 7, followed by Angola. Northern Africa. Sahrawi Republic leads with 5, followed by Mauritania with 4. Congratulations to all of them. And finally, special recognition to the 2 countries that have performed exceptionally well, Uganda and Zimbabwe, the only member states that have ratified 7 out of the 9 instruments. Nkuyozayoza, Makora. I hope next time, more countries will join you in the Club of 7. This overview is finished. See you in the next session.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avons une deuxième présentation qui porte sur l'état de la mise en œuvre des décisions, ces recommandations de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Cette présentation sera faite également sous la forme d'une projection de vidéo. Nous aurons des propos introductifs de l'honorable commissaire Abomo. Commissaire Abomo, vous avez la parole.
You have the floor for you to comment on the video which relates to the status of implementation of the recommendations of the Commission. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. My apologies for the delay in reacting. I would like to greet all the participants because this is the first time I'm taking the floor today. Now, with respect to the presentation on the status of implementation of the decisions and recommendations, I must say that in 2025, the Commission launched a wide-ranging process to compile all these decisions and recommendations emanating from the communications procedure and the other relevant mechanisms. Apart from the improvement, the availability and accessibility of data, this exercise is a fundamental stage towards the implementation of a structured system for the monitoring and control of decisions and recommendations of the Commission. We would listen to video presentation which underscores the ongoing efforts as well as the strategies implemented by the Commission to ensure that these decisions are adhered to. The Commission is committed to the preparation of a complete, efficient framework for the monitoring of the recommendations by the state parties. The success of this platform would depend to a large extent on close collaboration between the key partners, in particular the state parties, national human rights institutions, and the civil society organizations. Therefore, the Commission urges all the partners and stakeholders to work with it with a view to ensuring the monitoring of the implementations of decisions and recommendations under their respective jurisdictions. The Commission would like to sincerely thank all those stakeholders for their commitment, collaboration, and their support with respect to this mechanism. Together, we can make significant inroads in the promotion and the protection of human and people's rights throughout the continent for the Africa that we want. I thank you. Can you now show the video?
Operationalized the Monitoring and Implementation Unit, and expanded civil society and national human rights institution shadow reporting. The Commission has also taken steps to improve transparency and accessibility of its decisions. This includes the digitalization of case management systems, publication and auditing of communication decisions, development of baseline reports, and compilation of recommendations from promotional activities. These efforts improve institutional memory, accessibility, and public engagement. From 1987 to 2025, the Commission recorded significant outputs from its various mechanisms. A total of 184 missions were undertaken across 49 member states, generating 2,749 recommendations. In addition, 3,447 recommendations were issued through concluding observations on state reports. The Commission also issued 403 urgent appeals and adopted 465 resolutions. These figures demonstrate the extensive work undertaken by the Commission over the years. As part of its next steps, the Commission is developing the African Recommendations Tracking Database System, known as ARTDS. The system will provide a centralized institutional repository for recommendations from communications and other mechanisms. It will help eliminate data fragmentation, automate follow-up processes, integrate stakeholder input, and enable real-time implementation tracking. The system is also designed to improve sustainability, scalability, and accuracy in assessing implementation progress. ARTDS will also strengthen Commission procedures and operational efficiency. State reporting and promotional missions often lack consolidated implementation data. The system will allow staff and commissioners to generate real-time implementation briefs during missions and state reviews. It will significantly reduce administrative burden by minimizing repetitive manual tasks, while also strengthening the institutional credibility of the Commission through more effective follow-up. The scope of ARTDS will cover recommendations arising from several Commission mechanisms. These include communications decisions and provisional measures, concluding observations, promotional missions, resolutions, urgent appeals and letters, as well as other formal outputs containing recommendations. In conclusion, ARTDS represents a major step forward in implementation monitoring. It will transform the Commission's monitoring approach from manual to automated systems, from fragmented information to centralized data management, and from reactive engagement to proactive implementation tracking. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup. Le troisième point inscrit porte sur l'état de la soumission des rapports des États partis. C'est au rapport de l'honorable commissaire Hatem.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à vous-même, aux collègues commissaires, ainsi qu'aux collègues du secrétariat et des amis de la cabine. Mesdames, Messieurs les délégués.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, representatives of states, NGOs, international organizations, it is a pleasure to share with you this morning this status on the submission of reports, the legal framework, which is getting bigger and bigger as the years go by. For the time being, we have 5 protocols: Convention, African Charter of Human and People's Rights, Protocol to the African Charter for the Rights of Women in Africa, Convention on the Protection to Displaced Persons, Protocol to the African Charter on the Right of People with Disabilities, and the Protocol on the Rights of Elderly People. 3 other instruments. These instruments have not yet entered into force, namely Protocol to the African Charter on Social Protection, Protocol to the African Charter on specific aspects on the rights of nationality, abolition of statelessness, Convention on the elimination of violence against women and girls. With respect to new developments since the presentation of the last report during the public session of October 2025, the following inroads were noted. The Commission looked at the following periodic reports: 10th and 18th report, 10th to the 18th periodic report combined of the Republic of Tunisia on the implementation of the African Charter, as well as the initial report on the Maputo Protocol. Thereafter, on the 18th, we received the 18th and 19th periodic combined report of Republic Arabic of Egypt on the implementation of the African Charter and African Charter. Finally, 4th and 5th periodic report of the Republic of Botswana on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The Commission adopted also the final observations during its 86th ordinary session, first and foremost, on the 10th to the 18th combined periodic report of the Republic of Tunisia, and the final observations on the 18th and 19th combined periodic report from the Republic of Egypt. the Commission has prepared the combined report of Mauritius 10 to 19 on implementation of Charter, 14 period report of Republic of Kenya on the African Charter on human and people's rights, and the report on the Maputo Protocol, and the combined report of the Sahrawi Democratic Republic 2013 to 2025 by virtue of the Charter. The Commission convened a panel on the periodic reports of the states' role of in favor of the submission of the report was also raised during the mission in Central Africa, 9 to 23 April 2026. The Commission is undertaking internal measures and consultations, bilateral consultations, to undertake technical missions and capacity building missions. Instead, have never presented a report.
With regard to the short term, it will focus on the finalizing the adoption of guidelines to establish reports by state on specific articles of the Charter and instruments, and to strengthen the commitment of state parties to fulfill their obligations in presenting the reports, ensure better compliance with the guidelines by the Commission, maintain collaboration with national human rights institutions and civil society organizations to collect information for the review of periodic reports of states. Nothing is more revealing than this table, this color table that I really appreciate and adore. It summarizes everything that I've just said. We have 7 states that are in green, and these are good students. They are up to date with their report. I let them: Angola, Egypt, Mozambique, Tunisia, Angola, Burkina Faso. And then we have 5 states where the reports are underway. That's about 9.25%. And for one report in late report, we have six states. 2 states with delayed report, and these are neighbors, DRC and Rwanda. 3 reports and late reports. Then we have high statistics with 18 states that have more than 3 reports. A backlog. In backlog, that's in red. We are inviting them and encouraging them, exhorting them to come out of this red zone. And then we have a gray area. There are 6 states that have not presented any report to date. Now on to the state of presentation of periodic reports, the other instruments for Maputo Protocol. 46 state parties to the charter have ratified the Maputo Protocol. They have to present periodic reports on implementation in accordance with Article 62, with recent presentation of parties B by Botswana and Sahrawi. 24 have already submitted periodic reports covering the Charter and the Protocol with 52.17 as percentage. With regards to the Kampala Convention, 34 state parties to the African Charter, that's 61.81%, that have ratified this Kampala Convention for the protection and the assistance of displaced persons in Africa. Apart from Cameroon, Angola and Burkina Faso, Sahrawi and the 4th state party have submitted a periodic report on the implementation of 3 instruments. And then the protocol and the African Charter on the rights of persons with disabilities. 17 state parties have ratified the protocol of the African Charter of the rights of persons with disabilities. Until now, no state party have presented a report. Now, regard to the protocol of the African Charter on the rights of other persons, 17 states parties to the African Charter have ratified this protocol, and until now, no state party to the African Charter has presented a report on the implementation of the provisions of the protocol. For these two protocols, persons with disabilities and other persons, the statistics stand out 17 state parties of ratification, thanks to the unwavering efforts of my sister, Honorable Marie-Louise Amobo. I think she still has to seduce the states to present the report on these two protocols. To conclude, and a brief recommendation, with your permission, Honorable Chairperson, the Commission have to encourage the state parties to commit to present their periodic reports on today. 4 state parties to the Charter, the Protocol, Maputo Protocol, and the Kampala Convention. And I'll name them again: Angola, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, and the Sahrawi Republic have fulfilled their obligation to present reports on the 3 instruments only. And the Commission exhorts all state parties to follow suit. The Commission would like to reaffirm the importance of guidelines concerning the establishment of reports by state parties that are available to state parties. The Commission is concerned with the fact that the proportion of states with more than 3 reports, periodic reports, lagging behind is quite high. Finally, the Commission has to make efforts to comply with strictly with the provisions of the rules of interior on the adoption and the transmission of final observations, Article 82 of the rules of procedure 2020. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for the presentation of this document. I'd like to endorse the recommendations that were made in this document. The aim of the exercise is to present the situation of states that are up to date with regard to this obligation that is in Article 62 of the Charter, obligation of states to present every 2 years a report on the situation of, or the state of implementation of the rights that are enshrined and guaranteed in this charter. We emphasize that it's important for us because, in actual fact, the time of a presentation of reports are very intense moments of constructive dialogue between the Commission and member states. That is why we exhort states that are still lacking behind in reports should make the necessary efforts to catch up this delay, and also urge states that have never presented any report to do so. Our Commission is available and ready to support them if that's necessary. If they any technical backstopping to do the necessary preparatory work for the finalization and submission of this report. Now, the 3 items that have just been presented were proposed as information for states, for participants, but if there are state parties that would like to intervene, we are ready with the few minutes that we still have to listen to them. If there are any requests for the floor by states, we are open to receive them. Otherwise, we can bring this item 8 to a close and start the next item on the agenda, which is item 6, activity reports of the members of the Commission and special mechanisms. This morning, we will have the presentation of the report by the chairperson of the working group on the rights of older persons and people with disabilities in Africa. In Africa, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Amobo. Commissioner, you have the floor to present your report. Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chairperson. This report, which is an obligation in accordance with the provisions of the rules of procedure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, covers the period between the 85th and 87 ordinary sessions. That's from 7 October 2025 to 23 April 2026. It summarizes my activities and is divided into 3 parts. As a chairperson of the working group on the rights of older persons and people living with disabilities, specifically the vice chairperson of the working group on populations and indigenous populations and minorities in Africa, a member of the committee living with people living with HIV/AIDS, and the country rapporteurs for the Republic of Angola, Burundi, Congo, DRC, and Gabon. Like I said, the report comprises 3 parts. The first is on activities carried out in my capacity as commissioner, and that carried out as under the special mandate that was entrusted to me. I'll also give an overview of my observations on the situation of human rights in the countries for which I am rapporteur. And finally, I would make recommendations. So having said that, in my previous report, I informed that my mandate 6 years in my capacity as commissioner was drawing to an end in February 2026, and to this end I made an inventory of these responsibilities and came up with prospects for monitoring. My presence in this session indicates that the heads of state and government that make up the African Union on behalf of the African cities have renewed their trust in my modest person to continue this mission. I am honored, and I will continue to with my work. At this juncture, I'd like to thank all the people that have helped to support me with my mandate. My country at the helm, His Excellency the President of the Republic, Paul Biya, who presented my candidate for this re-election. Having said this, as concerns my activities conducted in my capacity as commissioner, I took part in the 85th and 86th ordinary sessions of the commission. I also took part in the 29th extraordinary session. I participated in the promotion mission in the Central African Republic that took place from 19 to 23 April 2026. The chairperson of the commission, who is in charge of this mission, will be more exhaustive on this activity. As regards activities conducted on a special mandate, I will focus on my mandate as chairperson of the working group on the rights of older persons, and for the other special mechanisms that I'm a member, the chairpersons of this group will present in their intersession report details all the activities and initiatives that were conducted and to which I took part. I have mentioned the various groups. I will just focus there and say that I took part in my capacity as vice chairperson of the working group on the population and the indigenous communities. This took place in April 2026 in Addis Ababa. Madam Commissioner Lita, who's the chairperson, will have more details on the issue. With regard to the working group on communication that I chair, these activities are part of a separate report that will be presented later on today. Now, as regards activities conducted under my mandate, at the helm of the working group on older persons and persons with disabilities, I'd like to point out that on 29 November 2025 in 25 November 2025 in Rabat, Morocco, I took part in the international postmortem on the theme sport as a vector of the promotion of human rights and what impact on the society. And this activity, to which I was invited by the National Human Rights Council in Morocco, and the chairperson is Mrs. Jayash, enabled me to present a paper on the relations between media and disability in Africa. On the sidelines of this activity, I took part in a session on violence against women and Girls in Digital Sphere and gave a presentation on the violence experienced by older women and women with disabilities. This second activity took place on 27 November 2025. Thereafter, I chaired a workshop of experts on the rights of expert workshop on the drafting the guidelines relating to two protocols on other persons and people with disabilities within framework of periodic reports by state parties under Article 22 of the Chartered Workshop to update the international report on the situation of the rights of other persons and people with disabilities in Africa. This took place on 16 to 18 February 2026 in Yaoundé with the part funding of GIZ. And this activity was a resounding success since the two draft guidelines have been adopted after the first reading by the Commission after the first segment of this section. And now we have to start the public consultation that will certainly start before the end of, or rather, that have started before the end of this 87th session, and that calls for a public appeal to make their input for all stakeholders for a period of 60 days. This workshop helped to finalize the initial framework for the mapping that the working group has been working on for several years regarding the human rights situation of older persons and people with disabilities in Africa. The working experts of the group and volunteer researchers finalized the project, and the next step will be to validate it during a meeting in person. I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank the authorities of Cameroon that hosted this workshop and to laud the great work carried out by the working group and the volunteer researchers with whom I am working on this issue. I also like to extend my gratitude to the funder, GIZ, that funds this activity and its support to the next in-person meetings. On the sidelines of this meeting in Yaoundé, they held bilateral meetings with the project head, Mrs. Nga Njuri, and with the responsible with the Validity Foundation, the legal advocacy officer at the Validity Foundation, Mrs. Jenewa Warimo. In addition to this symposium and workshop, there was the meeting following Resolution 5813 of the Human Rights Council that took place from 18 to 20 February 2026 in Geneva, in Switzerland. At the invitation of the section the rights of older persons of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, I took participate in organizing a organization meeting following human rights, and it was held in a hybrid format. It should be noted that the Resolution 5813 provides the drafting and adoption of an international convention on the rights of older persons. In this mind, numerous consultations are currently underway, and I'm delighted that Africa, through my special mechanism, is closely associated in this process to share its pioneer experience in regard to pioneer experience in international codification of the rights of older persons as set out in the protocol on the rights of older persons in Africa. I can overemphasize that Africa is the only continent at the moment that has a binding instrument that protects older persons, and that is why I am making an appeal for countries that have not yet ratified this protocol to do so that we should have a continental ratification of this protocol. I would like also to express my gratitude to the officials of the Office of the United Nations High Commission and Marie Massou, head of the section on the rights of older persons, for her dedication in collaborating with my working group. In addition to this activity, there were a series of meetings, consultation meetings with various partners, and these meetings were instructed by the Secretariat. There was a meeting with the Unit of Rights of People with Disabilities in Africa at the Center for Human Rights of the University of Pretoria. It was held online on 19 January 2026. The unit was represented by Dr. Diana MSIPA, and its program coordinator, Mr. Merga Dibaba. The meeting helped to identify immediate avenues for collaboration, such as the systematic reciprocal participation in each party's activities. It was also agreed that a more structured framework for long-term collaboration would be established within the broader framework of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Center for Human Rights and the Commission. The second meeting held with Validity Foundation on 21 April 2026 online as well, and the NGO was represented by its executive director, Mr. Stephen Allen, and the director of legal advocacy, Mr. Sando Gobay, and the legal advocacy officer, Mrs. Jennifer Wairimo. This meeting also concluded with proposals for further action and closer cooperation, and Validity expressed its intention to continue to work so that the thematic research and providing general technical access on issues falling within Validity's specific area, namely intellectual and psychological social abilities, be covered by the Commission. Therefore, then, Validity also expressed the intention to continue ensuring that issues falling with its area of expertise are comprehensively addressed by the Commission. It took place on 18 March 2026 with 24 participants from 9 different entities. This meeting was facilitated by African Disability Alliance, led by Mr. Dube, who's a former expert on member of the working group and people living with disabilities. It was mainly informative, and I am delighted that the gist of my message was conveyed, that is to maintain a constant dialogue with the working group and raising detailed questions. In addition to that, there was a meeting with International Disability Alliance following discussions that we started in 2024. And I also like to say that this collaboration is very important, because among the possibilities that were mentioned is the project to the coverage project by sign language, this public session of the Commission. This project is really dear to me, because in Resolution 608/17/2024 taken by the Commission before the entry or following the entry into force by the protocol, we said that the Commission should undertake to for accessibility and inclusiveness in all aspects of its work. So the Commission has to assume its responsibilities. So to this end, the working group is exploring opportunities and possibilities to ensure that minimum standards are met, including the provision of sign language interpretation during its major activities such as public sessions. All stakeholders are encouraged to engage with the working group to make this commitment a reality. In addition to these interventions and to these meetings with the various partners, we undertook one-off activities or interventions. There's first the correspondence to state parties on the protocols. On 30 December 2025, I wrote to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Cameroon to request a series of meetings to familiarize myself with the country's best practices for promoting and protecting the rights of older persons and people with disabilities. And the aim was also to share the best practices that my mechanism has noted in various countries through various countries. The outcome of these meetings will be shared. I also like to recall here, Cameroon is part of the countries that have ratified the 2 protocols. Implementation is the next stage, and my mechanism is always available in compliance with its mandate to support the efforts for realizing these projects. In addition to this, there were press releases. There was a joint press release with the country reporter for Sudan on 23 March 2026 on the press release on the specific targeting of people with disabilities by the Rapid Support Forces during their takeover of El Fasher in the context of the war in Sudan. This press release is available on the Commission's website. I also like now to the status of ratifications of the protocols. The protocol on the rights of older persons as of 14 April 2026 has been ratified by 17 countries: Angola, Benin, Burundi, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Kenya, the Kingdom of Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Niger, Nigeria, Rwanda, the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic of Congo, Sao Tome and Principe, Togo, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. 11 states have signed but have not yet ratified it, and they are the Central African Republic, Chad, the Comoros, Gabon, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Mauritius, Niger, Sierra Leone, and Zambia. Obviously, I exhort them to move on to the next stage and ratify. So we need 37 ratifications and the effective deposit of the relevant instruments to achieve continental ratification. We also need 37 ratifications with regard to the protocol on people with disabilities. That has 17 ratifications with the same country: South Africa, Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, Kenya, Malawi, Mali, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Niger, Uganda, Republic of Congo, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe. We have 3 signatures without ratification. That is the Central African Republic, Gabon, and Togo. Now, on to the situation of human rights in the countries under my portfolio. Like I said, there are Angola, Burundi, Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gabon. In regard to the Republic of Angola, as on the general protection of human rights, the intercession period was marked by a relative tightening of legislation, which appears to be leading to a contraction of civic space. On the other hand, however, there are targeted social reforms that have been introduced. So the issues that are of concern to me are: you have the NGO law, on the law in the March of 2026 that was enacted on 2 March, and this law, which according to civil society organizations, would grant the government extensive powers to authorize, monitor, and dissolve non-governmental organizations. A joint letter expressing concern was sent in this regard to the Republic of Angola on 22 April 2026. Yesterday, I heard the representative of take the floor in this slide. I don't think we have already received yet the response to this letter of concern. Thereafter, we have, in January 2026, there was an introduction of the draft law on online disinformation that is heightening fears of surveillance and restrictions on freedom of expression online. I also have allegations of detention of activities, namely Osvaldo Caholo and Andre Miranda, among others, who were arrested following protests against high cost of living and rising fuel prices. According to the report of the UNHCR, Amnesty International, and Human Rights Watch, of repression of demonstrations by the this ban peaceful protests, especially in the protests of Kabila. There's also this problem of prison overcrowding. The positive points concern the area of health, social protection, and the projection of Angola on the international stage. Indeed, I have noted the following developments. With regard to child protection, you have the existence of a national campaign, that is the Minha Kamba project, to eradicate child marriage and prevent early pregnancies, focusing on strengthening sex education in schools. This campaign is being run with the support of UNICEF. Moreover, in response to the health crisis, increased reports of vaccination and management faced with a severe cholera outbreak that affected more than 27,000 people in 2025. This situation is documented in UNICEF report number 13 on the humanitarian situation in Angola. As regards the rights of other persons and people with disabilities, as noted in my previous intercession report, the Republic of Angola has signed and ratified both protocols, and it is one of the countries that will be the champion, playing a leading role in my vision for action following the protocol's entry in force. And furthermore, in accordance with Article 62 of the Charter, the states that have ratified the protocols and are obliged to report on their implementation 2 years after their entry into force. In regard to the Republic of Burundi, with regard to the general protection of human rights, at the outset of this section, I am pleased to announce that one of the cases that have been falling for several months has had a positive outcome. The individual concerned has been released from prison. On 12 March, I co-signed a letter to this effect, and I reiterate my thanks to the government of Burundi, which has been receptive to the constant advocacy in this case, including the letter of concern I mentioned in my previous report. I also like to thank all those who showed interest in this case and worked tirelessly to achieve this positive outcome. Along similar lines, I would like to highlight the following positive developments. As regards regional cooperation, there has been active participation of Burundi's active participation in East African Community summits aimed at stabilizing the Great Lakes region, notably the 25th EAC Heads of State Summit held on 7 March 2026 in Arusha in Tanzania. Moreover, there's a continuation of the voluntary repatriation program for Burundian refugees from Tanzania and Rwanda. Despite the precarious conditions for socioeconomic integration is precarious. Citing an article on the website of the United Nations Office in Burundi dated 26 April 2026, it should be noted that, and I quote, the repatriation of Burundian refugees is continuing at a steady pace. Every week, convoys bring back at least 5,000 Burundians from refugee camps in Tanzania. Returnees are also being recorded from Rwanda and Kenya with the support of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And end of quote. And since the launch of the voluntary repatriation in 2017, the UNHCR has assisted more than 340,000 Burundian refugees in returning home, including nearly 250,000 from Tanzania, under conditions designed to ensure dignity and safety. And quote. With regard to land reforms, the projects have been implemented to secure land titles and reduce land-related conflicts, which are the main source of communal violence in Burundi. For example, the joint order of 6 February 2026, pursuant to the 2025-2026 Finance Act, was adopted, requiring all property owners to switch to secure electronic title deeds, regardless of whether they already hold older title deeds. Despite these positive developments, there are genuine causes for concern. These include repression of the opposition, allegations of a rise in arbitrary arrests, arbitrary in quote, of members of the opposition party CNL, to the extent that on 8 May 2026 they decided to suspend their participation in the electoral process. There's also increased tension or renewed tensions on the border with the DRC. Attacks by the Red Tabara group have been used as a pretext for security raids and increased control over the population movement. Indeed, following a spell of calm, the Red Tabara group, Resistance for the Rule of Law in Burundi, operating from eastern DRC, has stepped up its attack on Burundian security forces and positions since December 2023, with incursions reported in early 2024 and ongoing tensions in 2025-2026. After we have the role of the Imbonerakure, persistent allegations that the ruling parties usually continues to act as a parallel police force and is involved in acts of intimidation, extortion, and physical violence against citizens. Regard to humanitarian crises, soaring inflation and recurring fuel shortages have severely impacted the right to food and healthcare for most of the vulnerable populations. On the rights of older people and people living with disabilities, Burundi has ratified the two protocols, and it enters the category that I mentioned concerning the Republic of Angola earlier. With regard to the Republic of Congo and with regard to the general protection of human rights, the elections mentioned in my previous report took place without any major incidents. And on 24 March 2026, I sent a letter of congratulations to the winner and referred to the need to ratify the second protocol on older persons, which has not yet been ratified. Thus, far removed from the violent turmoil on the region, the Republic to strengthen its framework and mechanisms for the promotion and protection of human rights despite the various challenges it faces. Regarding the transition period, apart from the peaceful elections mentioned earlier, the following positive points can be highlighted: indigenous people's rights and the continued implementation of Law 5/2011, which aims to secure access to land and education for marginalized populations. This momentum reached its peak with the holding of the first World Congress of Indigenous Populations and Local Communities in Brazzaville in May 2025. There's also the National Development Plan, provisions in National Development Plan 2022-2026 aimed at modernizing prison facilities and reducing overcrowding in the remand centers in Brazzaville and Pointe-Noire. Also, high-level efforts to combat organized crime and insecurity at the highest level. The government has intensified its effort to combat the Kuluna, also known as the Black Babies, and other forms of organized crime by that have reduced and disappeared in the major towns of the city. And concerns still remain and has to be tackled, and there are freedom of the press. There have been several reports of harassment against independent journalists who have investigated the management of natural resources or the misappropriation of funds. Moreover, we have also the statute on the regarding the opposition leaders concerning Jean-Marie Michel Mokoko and Andre Okombi Sasa, whose release is repeatedly called for by the international community. The opponents' conditions of detention are still precarious.
There have been allegations of systematic disappearances which are not authorized. For example, in the government, many reports have, for example, the Center for Development Action, where excessive use of force is reported in dealing with public safety issues and police custody, exceeding legal time limits. And we should add here the difficulties in accessing electricity and drinking water, as acknowledged by the head of state during his interview with Brut, and this particularly in major urban areas, despite efforts by the authorities to address this situation. On the specific rights of older persons and people with disabilities, the Republic of Congo has ratified the Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, but it has not yet signed the Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons. So I'd like to reiterate my call for the country to follow suit with the latter protocol. Now, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. With regard to the general protection of human rights, I mentioned in my previous report the ongoing complex crisis in the DRC has given rise to numerous serious and multifaceted violations of human and people's rights. In this context, even the slightest positive development is valuable, beginning with continued efforts to peacefully resolve the crisis. And I've noted the following: fighting impunity, the continuation of several high-profile trials before military courts for war crimes committed by members of armed groups and certain FARDC officers. I'd also like to mention judicial reform. The launch in January 26 of a plan to digitize criminal records in order to limit corruption within the judiciary. For the protection of journalists, we've noted a slight decrease in the arbitrary arrest of journalists in the capital following the implementation of the new press law, the Muyaya law. As to women's rights, the expansion of free legal clinics for victims of sexual violence in conflict zones, and this with the support of the UN agencies. However, the main areas of concern include the ongoing war and fighting, obviously, with its accompanying massive and serious human rights violations, which have transformed the country into the scene of one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. Other points of concern relate to the intercession period, such as restrictive civic space. In the provinces, public demonstrations against insecurity are often suppressed by local authorities, citing the state of emergency that is still in force in certain areas. There's also the issue of displaced persons, crisis in humane living conditions in camps around Goma, characterized by severe malnutrition and limited access to basic health care between November 25 and March 26. There's also the issue of child labor, persistent exploitation of children in artisanal cobalt and coltan mines in Lulaba, this despite promises to regulate the sector. In any case, I'm pleased to announce that the advocacy mission that I've been seeking has now been approved, and preparations are well underway to carry it out as soon as possible. Approving this mission, and above all, I'd like to commend the significant contribution of His Excellency, the Minister for Human Rights of the DRC. On the rights of older persons and people with disabilities, I'd like to say that the DRC has not signed the Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons or the Protocol on the Rights of People with Disabilities. I would like to reiterate that given the human rights situation in this country as outlined above, and taking into account the country's legal framework regarding these two vulnerable groups, it's clear that ratifying these protocols is more necessary than ever. This is because of the numerous crises taking place in the DRC. So these instruments are the surest way to protect them. I stand by this analysis outlined in my previous reports. Let's go to Gabon now. As far as general protection of human rights in Gabon, the analysis highlights a variety of challenges as well as positive developments. The period was characterized by the completion of the transition timetable, including the senatorial elections in November 25 and the inauguration of the new Constitutional Court on 30 amendmented during the intercession period imposes very high representativeness criteria, 12,000 members, effectively excluding small emerging movements. I reiterate that a need for a fact-finding mission to ascertain the true state of affairs should the need arise, and the appropriate corrections can be made to the version of events outlined above. Now, coming to the rights of older persons and people with disabilities, I mentioned earlier that the Gabon has signed both protocols relating to older persons and people with disabilities. The ratification process, however, is yet to be completed, and I urge the Gabonese authorities to do so. The far-reaching reforms currently underway in the country under the new republic provide an opportunity to take all necessary steps to enable Gabon to become a full party to these two protocols and begin the effective implementation. Now, Section 3 is my recommendations for all the countries. These recommendations are similar to those in my previous reports. Therefore, invite member states of the African Union and parties to the African Charter with a view to achieving continental ratification, and this means that they need to ratify the two protocols on the rights of older persons and people with disabilities for those who have not yet done so. For the countries that where I am the rapporteur, and which I have pointed out certain issues in my report to analyze these. We need to work in collaboration to improve their performance in human rights and to share good practices. So specifically for the DRC, I recommend that the direct talks and commitment set out in various agreements to date must be followed up with concrete action so as to end the war and uphold human rights, and that the international community should mobilize emergency humanitarian aid to support internally displaced persons and refugees in the region, and this particularly in Burundi. I urge the African Union to provide the Commission with a sufficient budget to enable it to carry out its mission effectively and fulfill its mandate. I also urge partners and donors to increase their support to the Commission as it actively pursues its mandate to build the Africa we want. Let me conclude. I am now embarking on a new and final 6-year term, so I urge you to strengthen the support you have provided during my previous term and broaden our partnerships to enable me to implement my new roadmap. And this roadmap includes the ratification of 2 protocols across the continent, the effective implementation and development of solutions to the challenges that I've identified in the situation of older people and people with disabilities on the continent. Given the results achieved during my first term, I'm confident that Africa and its partners will deliver on our Agenda 2063, particularly with regard to these vulnerable groups. After all, aging is a blessing. Aging well is everyone's business, and disability concerns us all. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you so much, Honorable Abomo, for the presentation of your report. Let me now commence with the interactive session. I will first call upon state parties who would like to make statements in a follow-up to this presentation. We will begin with Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners. Algerian delegation would like to commend Honorable Commissioner Dr. Abomo for her intercession report and for her continued commitment for the protection of vulnerable persons on our continent. I wish her well in her new mandate, and I would like to reassure her of our full support. As far as our legal framework in Algeria, we have Law 2501, protection and promotion of persons with special needs. We have this text which demonstrates a change in our paradigm. It relates to inclusive governance based on supporting the rights of these people. In January 2026, we have a new law which restructures the National Council and provides for people with special needs. It's no longer just a consultative body, but a participatory governance tool to ensure that civil society as well as other stakeholders are included. As far as accessibility, Algeria is putting emphasis on digital access through Law 2501. In January 2026, we have a new identity card for vulnerable groups so that they have priority access in social services. We have a national plan combating HIV/AIDS. Since 2026, we have a 0.1% infection rate, and we work with civil society so as to extend reproductive health services to the vulnerable groups. Our social security system is covering more than 80% of our population, as proposed by or as recommended by the Commission. The Algerian delegation I think I'll have to stop there, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Well, thank you very much to the Algerian representative. Any other member states who would wish to take the floor? Okay, I see Eswatini, you have the floor.
Comes the report of the Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and Persons with Disabilities. The delegation commends the dedication with which the group continues to advance this important agenda. Eswatini aligns itself with the recognition that the protection and promotion of the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities are integral to the realization of human dignity, equality, and inclusion. In Eswatini, the rights of older persons are provided for in the Constitution through general provisions on equality, dignity, family protection, and social objectives. The government is in the process of developing a national social assistance policy which will expand protection measures for the elderly. Through the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister, the government continues to explore initiatives to enhance the promotion and protection of the rights of the elderly. Older persons have access to free basic health care services in public health centers, and the introduction of mobile clinics and community outreach programs in rural areas has expanded their access to health care services. The elderly grant increased by 20% to 600 Emalanga in 2025-2026, benefiting over 84,700 elderly persons. To enhance efficiency and reduce leakages, all grants will be migrated to mobile money platforms by the end of 2026. Insofar as the protection against abuse, abandonment, negligence, and ill treatment of older persons is concerned, the general provisions of criminal law apply against perpetrators who violate their integrity and rights. The Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act of 2018 specifically protects every citizen from domestic violence and imposes stiff penalties for perpetrators. In June 2025, the Deputy Prime Minister's Office launched a program dubbed Asibambaneni Sibe Ngumndeni, meaning let's hold hands and be a family, to strengthen family structures and provide protection for vulnerable groups, including children, persons with disabilities, and the elderly. The initiative focuses on reuniting broken families through mediation processes conducted at the constituency level, thereby fostering reconciliation and social cohesion. In addition, the program provides dedicated support to abandoned children, older persons, and persons with disabilities, ensuring that they are not left without care. Legal documentation assistance, welfare support, including food relief, housing improvements for households facing economic hardships, further guarantees that vulnerable families receive the necessary protection and dignity. Chairperson, in relation to the rights of persons with disabilities, Eswatini continues to implement inclusive policies to guarantee their equal participation in all spheres of society. A National Advisory Council for Persons with Disabilities has been established in accordance with the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2018. This is an independent council free from the control of any person, government, or any other entity in the discharge of its functions. Complementing this institutional framework, the government, through a dedicated disability unit under the Deputy Prime Minister's Office, is guided by a steadfast commitment to ensuring that persons with disabilities are not left behind, actively contributing to and benefiting from national priorities aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063. Through strengthened collaborations and dedicated interventions, the government has worked to make development more inclusive, equitable, and responsive. In this regard, the National Disability Plan of Action of 2024 to 2028 provides a coordinated national framework to advance the rights, inclusion, and dignity of persons with disabilities. The plan has been costed, which translates commitments into concrete budgeted activities to determine the financial resources required for effective implementation and to ensure disability inclusive and realistic funding supported measures. The establishment of a multi-stakeholder national coordination mechanism ensures integrated governance and disability-inclusive programming. Social protection coverage has also expanded, with the number of disability grants beneficiaries rising from 14,802 to 17,000 in 2024-2025. Measures to reduce stigma and discrimination have centered on awareness raising through public events, including music festivals, cultural events, and entrepreneurship expos. These platforms have been strategically leveraged to drive social change, foster positive narratives, and expand opportunities for networking, skills development, and market access for persons with disabilities, thereby advancing inclusion and empowerment. In conclusion, Eswatini is actively advancing the ratification of the African Union protocols on the rights of persons with disabilities and older persons. Following the formal tabling of these legal instruments before Parliament in 2025, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation held a workshop for the House of Assembly in April 2026 on these instruments and will soon be hosting a workshop for the Senate, thus making steady progress towards ratification. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Of the Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and People with Disabilities in Africa for the comprehensive intersessional report. With rights to older persons, the government of Malawi is committed to protecting the rights and well-being of older persons, recognizing that dignified aging, social inclusion, and economic participation are essential to national development. Malawi has adopted administrative, legislative, and policy measures to combat ageism and protect older persons from discrimination. To strengthen coordination of older persons' interventions, government established an Elderly Affairs Department under the Ministry of Gender, Children, Disability, and Social Welfare. Additionally, the Malawi Human Rights Commission has a special directorate on older persons. With regard to policy measures, in 2025, government developed and adopted the National Action Plan on Inclusion and Protection of the Elderly to strengthen coordination frameworks for promoting the social, economic, and cultural inclusion of older persons. The National Action Plan aims to address systemic challenges facing the elderly, including access to health care and social protection, poverty reduction and economic empowerment, legal recognition of elderly persons' rights, and protection from violence, abuse, exploitation, and neglect through strong legal safeguards, social protection, and coordinated action. With regard to legislative measures, in 2024, government enacted the Older Persons Act, providing a robust and responsive legislative framework for the protection and promotion of the rights of older persons. Among its several objectives, the Act seeks to protect the rights of older persons, prevent, eliminate, and punish the abuse of older persons, and promote the status, well-being, safety, and security of older persons. The Act provides additional rights, establishes guiding principles for service provision, introduces grants for eligible individuals, and includes protections for those in need of care. It also regulates community-based care providers and registration, licensing, and inspections of residential facilities. To oversee implementation, the Act establishes a National Steering Committee on National Technical Subcommittee. On service delivery, Through these frameworks, government is ensuring older persons have access to essential services, including healthcare, social assistance, and community support systems that promote their dignity, independence, and active participation in society. With regard to the rights of persons with disabilities, on legislative and policy framework, the government has enacted the Persons with Disabilities Act 2024, replacing previous legislation rights and address discrimination in employment, education, and healthcare. The Act establishes the Malawi Council for Disability Affairs, MACODA, to coordinate disability matters and enforce rights through investigations and issuance of compliance orders. In 2025, Malawi adopted a new national disability policy, replacing the 2006 policy following extensive stakeholder consultations. Government continues to provide financial services to the Disability Trust Fund with progressive increases demonstrating sustained commitment. With regard to the protection of persons with albinism, early this year, Malawi government completed the review of the National Action Plan on Persons with Albinism. Legislative amendments to the Anatomy Act have also increased penalties for crimes against persons with albinism. A law enforcement handbook was introduced, and officers were trained. Government maintains a national database and provides healthcare and psychological support through social welfare offices, including free sunscreen distribution and a low vision and skincare program. In conclusion, Chairperson, the government of Malawi is committed to promoting and protecting the rights of persons with disabilities, ensuring their full and equal participation in society. I thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. Now I would give the floor to the Democratic Arab Sahrawi Republic.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate, good morning to all of you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to congratulate Dr. Obama for this excellent report. The report covers the African concerns on the elders' issues. And here I would like to mention that the Sahrawi, as a party to the protocol, we have to mention our activities with regard to the protection of rights of elderly people. This, first of all, based on community solidarity, which is an important component of the identity of the Sahrawi people. Despite the challenges of colonialism and being as refugees, the Sahrawi Republic continues to support and to maintain the social support for the elderly people as being the memory and the carriers of the national identity of the nation. Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioners, in this regard, all the institutions of the Sahrawi Republic, particularly the Ministry of Social Affairs and Women Affairs, pays a special attention to this category. That will come by strengthening the family support to the social and health service. Secondly, the elderly people are also allowed to participate in the different national activities, and support is to be given to the elderly and people with special needs. Besides supporting them and respect their identity. Finally, Sahrawi Republic affirms its support to all African mechanisms that are supporting the people with disability and elderly people. We are party to this protocol, and we call upon others to join their hands to ensure complete support and protection of this specific category. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate, for your statement. I will now give the floor to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Zimbabwe welcomes the report by the Chairperson on the Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and Persons with Disabilities, affirming the importance to fulfill human rights obligations. As the life expectancy continues to grow, the government of Zimbabwe is expanding its interventions to protect, promote the rights of older persons and to meet their special needs. Our constitution mandates the state to take reasonable measures to ensure the welfare, support, and protection of older persons. These include the right to receive reasonable care and assistance from their families and the state, medical assistance, and social security, amongst others. In addition to the Older Persons Act, the government of Zimbabwe is in the process of drafting an older persons policy where it seeks to integrate the implementation of the rights of older persons for their benefit. As a demonstration of this commitment, Zimbabwe ratified the African Charter on the Rights of Older Persons in 2024. Further, the government has initiated the legislative process to domesticate regional and international instruments that promote and protect rights of the elderly. As mandated by the Constitution, the government has social protection programs aimed at supporting the older persons, such as the Assisted Medical Treatment Order established to ensure the vulnerable groups, including the elderly, receive free treatment in both government and private medical facilities. Other social safety nets, such as the monthly maintenance allowance and the harmonized social cash transfer facility, offer financial assistance to economically vulnerable persons due to old age, illness, disability, or lack of family support. To mitigate food shortages and the impact on its impact on the elderly, the government of Zimbabwe, with the support of development partners, introduced a food deficiency mitigation strategy to provide grain to the marginalized and poor communities on a monthly basis. With regards to persons with disabilities, lack of accessibility limits their participation on an equal basis with others. Inclusive infrastructure fosters gender equality, empowers marginalized groups, and increases social inclusion for persons with disability. Zimbabwe is advancing disability inclusive infrastructure through the National Disability Policy and the Persons with Disabilities Act, which mandates accessibility in public spaces, transportation, and services to reduce marginalization. Notable changes include the improved functions of the National Disability Board, which is now mandated to put into operation schemes and projects for the employment or generation of income by persons with disabilities who are unable to secure employment, facilitate the provision of orthopedic appliances and other equipment to persons with disabilities. This was previously done by the Department of Disability Affairs, but it is now a focus area for the board to ensure efficiency. The board is further mandated to formulate a 5-year strategic plan, setting out the manner in which the board proposes to perform its functions and to review and revise the strategic plan on an annual basis. This is a deliberate approach to ensure that matters involving persons with disabilities are clearly thought out. Another highlight is the establishment of a register of projects qualifying for assistance implemented by organizations for and of persons with disabilities to improve their self-reliance. Furthermore, Zimbabwe ratified the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in May 2024, with the objective to strengthen the rights of persons with disabilities. Social protection programs for people with disabilities. These are revolving loans and grants. Individuals with disabilities can access empowerment loans of up to 1,000 United States dollars, while groups of 5 to 10 people with disabilities can apply for grants of up to 3,000 United States dollars to fund sustainable initiatives. Disability vocational training fees. Children with disabilities benefit for free education through the Basic Education Assistance module, while youths are supported beyond high school to pursue academic, professional, or vocational training. Vocational training centers provide free vocational training, education, accommodation, and food for vulnerable students with disabilities. Assistive devices. The department facilitates access to wheelchairs, hearing aids, spectacles, sunscreen lotions, mental health medication, and other assistive technologies as prescribed by medical practitioners. Institutional grants. Over 50 private institutions offering education, rehabilitation, or care for persons with disabilities are supported through per capita and administration grants. To conclude, the government of Zimbabwe continues to build an inclusive Zimbabwe where persons with disabilities and the elderly are empowered to live with dignity, independence, and equal opportunities with its available resources. I thank you.
Thank you. The Commission has taken due note of your statement, and I would like to thank you. I will give the floor to Sudan now.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start, as a delegation of Sudan, to thank the Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Abomo, for the excellent report that has been submitted on behalf of the team working on the rights of elderly and people with a disability. Despite the troubles we are facing in Sudan that had affected the service provision in our country, including that one for the elderly people. However, the institutions that were established by the state are still functioning. We have the National Council for People with Disabilities, chaired by the Prime Minister, and it has branches in the different states. Sudan signed the agreement for the Convention for the People with Disability, and this council regularly submits its reports to the state organs in order to assess the needs and provide the service that protects the right and dignity of the concerned category. A special law has been enacted for the people with disability that contain their right for employment in the different state organs. In addition, that includes the position of judges, and also we have a code for restructuring and building that is compel any new construction to take care of the need of the people with disability. The National Council for Disability coordinate all the works related to the people with disability, and the concerned Ministry of Social Affairs is the focal point for these issues. A comprehensive strategy has been planned for the protection of elderly people and to protect their rights. Unfortunately, the ongoing war is hindering some of the activities. Beside the other outcomes of this conflict. And in this regard, I would like to congratulate the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in this issue of matter of taking care of this specific category, and I thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you for your statement. I can't see any request for the floor on the part of the state. I would like to acknowledge the President Ambassador Mundu Lamin Cham, member of the PRC Subcommittee on Human Rights, Democracy and Governance of the African Union. You are welcome, sir. Now let me give the floor to NHRIs. We only have one, Beatrice Nkurunsisa, the NHRI of Burundi. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates, congratulations to the commissioners who presented the report. Congratulations, Commissioner. With regard to the protection of rights of persons with disabilities, Burundi ratified the protocol, and furthermore, we have a legal framework for the protection and promotion of the rights of persons with disabilities. And we can cite, by way of example, law on the promotion and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities, decree establishing the National Committee for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The NHRI welcomes the implementation of programs and policies to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. The revised National Development Plan, the National Social Protection Policy 2024 to 2033, which aims to extend social protection coverage with a focus on vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities. The institutional mechanisms for the implementation of these programs and policies, in particular the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Other measures have also been taken with respect to implementing the rights of persons with disabilities. The provision of mobility aids and training in various trades. Secondly, support for income-generating activities. And thirdly, support for rehabilitation and re-education centers for people with disabilities. And also inclusive education, involvement of the government and partners in the implementation of programs and projects to improve the conditions of living of persons with disabilities. Despite of these inroads, we deplore limited access to training adapted to people with disabilities, public buildings that are not adapted to the reduced mobility of persons with disabilities. We would recommend to implement the measures to popularize material made for people with disabilities. The NHRI is committed to the protection of people living with disabilities. I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Madam. Now, for the remaining 10 minutes, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, I will give you the floor once again to respond to the reactions and also to share your concluding remarks. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor once again. I would like to thank all the state parties who took the floor and the NHRI of Burundi. To the state parties, I wish the declarations which we have presented here be available to the Secretariat, because this will enable us to enrich the continental report that we are preparing. Let me remind you that letters were sent to each state, and namely 54 letters, so that we will be able to have that information. So I thank you for all the information contained in the statements that you have delivered today. The Republic of Malawi Arab Sahrawi, Zimbabwe, you are state parties to the protocol. So please get ready to present in future the situation relating to the implementations of these two protocols in your periodic report. With respect to the Republic of Eswatini, the working group wishes for the implementation process, the ongoing process for the ratifications of the protocols be fast-tracked. Because you have the subject, you take care of persons with disabilities. So there is no reason why you should not ratify the protocol protecting those vulnerable groups. Now, this is an appeal I'm making to your kingdom. And we have had the opportunity of visiting the kingdom during a promotion mission. The Republic of Sudan also, I am not sure, would it be possible for you to ratify these protocols? It is the same appeal I'm communicating to Algeria. You have all that it takes. You have the policies, you have the legislation, you have the institutions. So you need to ratify the protocols. You have to ratify the protocols. So thank you for your sharing the information. The Burundi NHRI, I would first and foremost like to reassure the commissioner that we will meet. I will meet you. We will meet today. We will find time to have a meeting. I would also, let me urge you to avail us your statement so that this will go a long way in enriching our report. Chairperson, I believe that I have dealt with all the observations that have been made. Let us understand that Africa should preserve its values. Africa should preserve its culture, and among these values, there is respect for the elderly. Solidarity, African solidarity. The African solidarity has to be manifested in the ratification of these protocols so that we would effectively have the Africa that we want, namely an inclusive Africa. I thank you. Hand over the floor to you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Before concluding on item number 6, we would like to state that the Commission has acknowledged it of the presentation in line with Article 64 of your Rules of Procedure, and also we congratulate you for your election for 6 years as a commissioner. Now, we have exhausted consideration of item number 6. Before the coffee break, I will give the floor to the Republic of Chad for the right of reply. Thank you, Chairperson of the African Commission. Thank you for giving me the floor. Chairperson, the Human Rights Commission, the African Commission, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished participants. Before responding, that in line with what, with respect to the statement made by the African Commission with respect to certain violations of human rights in one of the regions in Chad, as was pronounced yesterday. Before we start, Chairperson, this rebuttal, following the interventions relating to the right of people with disabilities, I would like to state that Chad supports wholeheartedly the request to put in place specific structures to protect people living with disabilities. inter alia, the ratification of the relevant protocol. Chad, my country, within this process, I would like to remind you that Chad ratified the relevant protocol since 2007, as well as its implementation is ongoing. That being said, I would like to come back to the statement of FIDH pronounced yesterday for my country, where they stated cases of violations, bad treatment, meted to human rights activists who are in one of the regions of Chad. FIDH, through that statement, did not mention any founded submissions. What we are saying, quite simply, is with respect to the arrest of journalists, as mentioned in the declaration, the government, through our voice, reject firmly this accusation, and we believe that this is unfounded. The Commission could confirm, could verify that there are no journalists who have been arbitrarily arrested and held in Chadian prisons. With respect to human rights defenders, there has been an unfortunate incident that occurred in November 2025 in the province of Lake Chad, where 4 members of the Chadian League of Human Rights were momentarily stopped from leaving the city of Bol, whilst for security reasons we look into the reasons for their presence. It should be recalled that the Lake Chad province is on an emergency cover because of Boko Haram attacks. Furthermore, it is important to avail to inform the international community, especially FIDH in particular, that to ensure the protection of visitors in this area, the administrative and military authorities in any event have to be informed so that they can take the security measures in the interest of all parties. So, because then this is a special security zone. This was not done by the human rights defenders, the relevant human rights defenders. It should be recalled, besides, that the general delegate of the government in the Lake Chad province did not, it was not against the visit of the human rights defenders. He was not informed. So there was this misunderstanding that led to these persons be maintained so that we know exactly what was the objective of their mission, and also to ensure that security conditions are provided for them. This was done. So this misunderstanding is a thing of the past, and in the end, the human rights defenders are returned to their respective homes without any impediment. So there are no arrests. There have not been any violations of human rights. So that could undermine the freedom of human rights activists and also the journalists. The government of Chad is attentive to concerns relating to security, and we would like to reaffirm our availability to work towards the promotion of human rights in Chad. Once again, Chairperson, I thank you, but let me reiterate that for Chad, will never compromise the free movement of people, and we will not compromise the activities of human rights defenders or activists on Chadian soil. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate from Republic of Chad. The Commission has taken due note of the statement as your rebuttal. It is 11 o'clock. We will now go for a 30 minutes coffee break. We would resume at 11:30. The meeting stands temporarily adjourned.
Distinguished participants, especially for those who are just joining us, we would like to invite you for tea and coffee break. For Excellencies, state representatives, tea and coffee will be served in a banquet hall on the ground floor. And for all other distinguished participants, we will serve tea and coffee in the banquet hall on the upper floor. You're most welcome to join us. Thank you very much.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëri doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
la session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme, ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream. Protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de regagner vos sièges. La commission va reprendre ses travaux. Délégués, mesdames et messieurs, nous allons reprendre.
Gentlemen, we resume following the tea break. The next item on our agenda is with regard to the activity reports of the members of the Commission. So we've about 1 hour and the reports will be presented. We will have, we had Honorable Abomo, who will present on the working group on communications. You have the floor. The Commission looks forward to your report. Chair, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the report, which presents the working group on communications activities. The report is divided into 4 sections. The first deals with the working group's activities. The second indicates the communications considered during the reporting period, that is between the 1st of November 2025 and the 4th of May 2026. The third part of the report considers the pending communications, and we will look at challenges and recommendations and perspectives as the last section of our report. So, coming to the activities of the working group, we've had 2 major activities. Firstly, this was to do with complementarity between the Commission and the African Court on Human and People's Rights. The working group would like to remind you that following the guidelines, the adoption of the guidelines on the submission and referral of cases during the private session of the 85th Ordinary Session, the Secretariat, under the guidance of the working group, is working on a report, and this report contains the first set of cases to be examined with a view to their submission to the African Court, and this is pursuant to Article 5(1)(a) of the Court Protocol and Rule 130 of the Commission's Rules of Procedure of 2020. Secondly, meetings or consultations of the working group on communications. Here I'd like to share that between the 85th session and now, the working group met twice virtually and once through exchanges of emails. So we had a first meeting on the 2nd March 2026. The working group considered the seizure and request for provisional measures and 2 applications to intervene as amicus curiae. The working group decided to be seized with the communication, but rejected the requests for provisional measures as well as the applications to intervene as amicus curiae. During its second meeting, which was held on the 4th of March 2026, the working group considered documents relating to the communications, in particular those concerning the implementation of the relevant decisions. Following consultation on 6 May 2026, the working group decided to be seized with 1 communication and granted the request for provisional measures suspending execution of a death penalty sentence. The working group would like to meet again on the sidelines of this session to consider applications for seizure of communications and other matters relating to the Secretariat's handling of communications. Now, coming to communications considered during the reporting period, the working group recalls that at the start of the 86th ordinary session, 184 communications were pending before the Commission. Amongst these, we have 47 communications on merits, 117 on admissibility, 19 for seizure, and 2 communications for review. During the 86th ordinary session, the Commission considered and took 19 decisions on the communications as follows. There were 4 communications which were adopted on the merits, 5 communications were declared admissible, 2 inadmissible, 7 struck out, and 1 request for review of a decision on the merits was dismissed. Section C, communications currently pending before the Commission. At the beginning of this session, we had 174 communications pending, including some new complaints received during the intercessionary period. Of these, 43 communications on merits, 108 on admissibility, including 1 interstate communication, and we have 21 communications for admission with 2 requests for review. During the private section of the session, the communication took decisions on 13 communications. These were 3 communications on the merits, 1 was declared admissible, 4 inadmissible, 3 communications were struck out, and 1 request for review of decision on the merits of a communication was dismissed. 1 communication was withdrawn by the complainant. On the 12th of May 2026, 164 communications remain pending before the Commission. Of these, 41 communications on merits, 99 on admissibility. This includes 1 interstate communication, 23 communications for seizure, and 1 communication for review. Looking at the challenges, recommendations, and next steps, the working group, remains concerned relating to the low implementation rates of the Commission's decisions on communications. The working group recalled that state parties to the Charter are obliged to, and they freely consented to this, to implement the decisions of the Commission, and this is under Article 1 of the African Charter. So the working group continues to observe a growing trend of legal practitioners submitting cases prematurely without regard to the rules of procedure of 2020 nor the competence of the Commission, the jurisdiction of the Commission. The working group reiterates its concern about the low level of cooperation of respondent states in communications. We have less than 50% of states against whom communications have been brought are transmitting submissions to the Commission. And so this results in the Commission resorting to adopting default decisions. The working group reaffirms the importance of observing the principle of confidentiality of the Commission's decisions on communications until their publication is authorized. And this is in accordance with Article 59 of the African Charter. However, the working group remains open to any contributions aimed at improving the implementation of this provision of the African Charter, always within the spirit of that article, in accordance with the recommendations of the panel on this issue, and this was held during the 81st Ordinary Session of the Commission. So, with regard to recommendations, in view of the above, the working group would like to urge state parties to implement the Commission's decisions and report accordingly within the 180 days period stipulated in Rule 125 of the Rules of Procedure. The working group reiterates once again its request that all parties to the communications apply the relevant provisions of the Rules of Procedure, and this in particular with regard to the deadlines for submitting arguments and evidence at the different stages of the procedure, as well as to respect the principle of confidentiality provided for in Article 59 of the African Charter. The working group encourages state parties to the African Charter to raise awareness on the African Charter as well as the quasi-judicial function of the Commission with a view to preventing the abuse of the communications handling procedures by parties. We encourage complainants to submit complete complaints, including submission on seizure, admissibility, merits, and reparations in order to facilitate the rapid examination of communications. We also encourage the parties to use the standardized complaint forms available on the Commission's website. So, for perspectives, the working group believes that its establishment was essential to ensuring streamlined and efficient handling of communications. However, the achievement of this objective still depends on the collaboration of all relevant stakeholders at both national and regional levels. The working group is ready to cooperate with the high courts of the states parties, national bar associations, research institutions, and universities in the dissemination and popularization of the Commission's jurisprudence and the procedure for the protection of human and people's rights. This cooperation includes the training of all stakeholders. The working group continues to gather diverse perspectives and suggestions from all stakeholders so as to strengthen the fulfillment of its mandate and, by extension, to enhance the Commission's mandate entrusted to it by the state parties. The working group notes the progress made in setting up an internal team responsible for follow-up and monitoring of the implementation of decisions on communications, which has completed the baseline report on the progress of implementation of communications. Updating this database will depend on contributions from all stakeholders. The working group recalls parties that effective follow-up and monitoring of the implementation of the Commission's decisions on communications depends on their cooperation. It's important that they submit their reports on the implementation of the Commission's decisions on communications, and this is in accordance with Rule 125 of the Commission's Rule of Procedure of 2020. I think we've all understood this. The implementation requires collaboration. So I would like to thank you and end here, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner Abomo, for the presentation of this report. This has given a clear indication of the communications before the Commission. When I say communications, I'm talking of complaints that have been brought before the Commission. You have also indicated the challenges that we face in addressing these communications. You've talked about the lack of cooperation with some member states as far as implementation of decisions or sending in responses. You talked of challenges related to the poor implementation of Commission's decisions. This is a very concerning situation for us. You also talked about an important point that I wanted to highlight. This is the drafting of guidelines on complementarity between the African Court on Human and People's Rights and the Commission, the African Commission. This is important because the Ouagadougou Protocol, which established the African Court specifically said that the court complements the mandate of the African Commission. However, the difficulty is that complementarity was rather vague. There was no criteria, there was no concrete content as to how to go about this complementarity between the two bodies. And therefore, the African Court and the African Commission have agreed. They've had discussions and they want to give a specific or concretize this complementarity and implement it. So this is a very important point as we look at the launch of the guidelines. So following your presentation, I'd like to open the floor. I have already seen that Angola would like to take the floor, so you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Dear commissioners, representatives of the states, dear representatives of the national human rights institutions, civil societies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, for the presentation of this report. Angola is intervening to respond to issues raised by the Commissioner, and we would like to talk about the positive aspects, especially with issues relating to health, protection of children, and with efforts aimed at protecting women and the youth. We would like to seize this opportunity to reiterate the information with respect to the law of non-governmental associations. Angola had the opportunity of sharing on 2 occasions clarifications on this matter. The object is to correct the material unconstitutional nature, which is due to the fact that the standards in the previous law were not adapted to current conditions. On the other hand, the idea is to make a recommendation from the Gafi International Group relating to NGOs as regards to their activities and some of them they operate and we are here today to inform you that as soon as possible we will send a letter to respond to the request made by the Commission. With respect to the fake news issue, the state of Angola would establish a system to fight this fake news on internet, protect public order and national security at the level of the digital platforms and social media. In light of the discussions that we have had within the Commission, the use of fake news is a serious threat to the security of the states, especially when it comes to human rights and social harmony. With respect to the overpopulations in prisons, the state has built several prisons to resolve the overpopulation issue. On the other hand, we are trying to prevent criminality rather than repair the institutions or refurbish the institutions that exist already. We have made a lot of effort for the construction and rehabilitation of several detention centers with a view to improving the living conditions of the prison population. the policy adopted by the present authorities in Angola find a balance between security, human dignity, and measures have been taken for reinsertion. By way of example, 3 prisons in Cabinda, Mushungi, and Pointe Sul, with respect to procedures against Osvaldo Cao, we would like to tell you that he was sentenced on 27th April of this year by the relevant court to a prison term of 2 years in line with the criminal code. The defense team has appealed the decision, and the case file would be adjudicated at the Supreme Court. We would like to thank the Commissioner for her work, and we encourage you to continue working for protection of human rights. And here we would like to reaffirm our support and underscore the dignity of the African Charter, as well as all other instruments ratified by the Republic of Angola. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. I cannot see any more requests for the floor on the part of state parties, neither the NHRIs. So I will give the floor to the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, IRDA, number 231.
Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates, the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa thanks the Working Group on Communications for its activity report and commends the Working Group for its continuous efforts in managing the ever-growing communications docket. We particularly welcome the progress made towards operationalizing the complementarity between the Commission and the Court, including the development of the first set of cases for possible referral to the African Court. Honorable Chairperson, IHRDA does not come before this platform with the aim to disparage the Commission. We recognize the difficult circumstances under which the Commission operates and appreciate the efforts of commissioners and the Secretariat in advancing the protective mandate of this institution. However, it is important that the African Union and member states fully appreciate the strain placed on the Commission when it remains under-resourced, while states simultaneously fail to cooperate or implement the Commission's own decisions. In this regard, we note with concern that the Working Group's own findings regarding the low level of cooperation by respondent states in communications proceedings. The report notes that less than 50% of states against whom communications are brought submit responses to the Commission. This lack of engagement places considerable strain on the communications procedure and contributes to prolonged delays in the determination of cases, with many communications remaining pending far beyond the timeline envisaged under the rules of procedure. While dialogue with states remains essential, such deference should not come at the expense of procedural integrity. Delays erode the confidence of victims and their representatives, many of whom approach this mechanism as a forum of last resort. We respectfully urge the Commission to enforce stricter case management practices, including the firm enforcement of deadlines, the application of consequences for non-compliance without reasonable justification as envisaged by the rules, and the prioritization of long-pending communications for expedited determination. Strengthening these aspects of the Commission's practice is indispensable to restoring confidence in the communications procedure and ensuring that it remains a credible avenue for redress on the continent. Finally, we wish to re-echo the Working Group's concern regarding persistent low level of implementation of the Commission's decision. While this challenge extends across several communications, we draw attention to Communication 801-2021, Afekuru, Animu, Risasi, and Maitai against South Sudan. To date, the Commission's recommendations in this communication remains unimplemented, despite the fact that some measures, particularly the restoration of the complainant's nationality documentation, could be implemented with minimal administrative or financial burden on the respondent states. Honorable Chairperson, the continued non-implementation of the Commission's decisions weaken accountability under the African Charter and undermines confidence in the regional human rights mechanisms. For victims, favorable decisions lose their practical value where there is no meaningful enforcement. In this regard, we welcome and reaffirm the working group's recommendation, urging states to implement the Commission's decision and report within the prescribed timeline under the rules of procedure. We also welcome the progress made in establishing an internal mechanism for monitoring implementation and encourage the Commission to continue strengthening structured follow-up and engagements with state parties to ensure that victims are not left to bear the burden of seeking enforcement on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Your statement has been noted. At this juncture, I would like to close discussions on this report, and I will now give the floor to Commissioner Habomo for her concluding remarks. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor once again. I would like to thank the Republic of Angola for taking the floor and for sharing the information which are quite important, and this will enable us make headway in terms of the information contained in our report. I would also like to reassure the Honorable Minister of the availability of the country rapporteur that I am to support the Republic of Angola in its process for protecting and promoting human and people's rights in its territory. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your recommendation. IHRDA, thank you for the encouragement, the words of encouragement. I would really like to count on you to tackle the challenges that we enumerated. These challenges are not only the lack of collaboration on the part of the states, but the non-adherence of the procedures by all the stakeholders, starting with the complainants. It would be good if you assist us in the implementation of the rules, of the procedures of the Commission, so that we will be on the same wavelength. I thank you for your support. Chair, I hand over the floor back to you. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Habomo. The Commission has taken due note of the presentation of your report, and we endorse all the recommendations that you have formulated in terms of dealing with the communications, reasonable time limit, and also for a better implementation of the decisions that we have handed down in such cases. I would, at this juncture, like to call upon Dr. Misili Ogana to present her report as chairperson of the working group on population, indigenous and minority populations in Africa. We have 1 hour for this exercise. Honorable Commissioner, you have the...
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the floor. And since I'm taking the floor for the first time, I would like to greet Your Excellency, the President, the commissioners present, delegates present, our staff, and our friends in the booth. Your Excellencies, I present 2 reports to the open session, and so this is my first report. My second report will be coming shortly. Allow me to say that this report, I will not be covering my activities in my capacity as a rapporteur for the 5 countries that I'm in charge of, and that will be in the next report. So I would like to proceed with my presentation. This report is submitted pursuant to Rule 64 of the 2020 Rules of Procedure of the Commission. It provides an overview of activities undertaken during the intersessional period between 85th and 87th ordinary sessions of the Commission, in my capacity as the chairperson of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations and Minorities in Africa. During the reporting period, the Working Group continued to implement its mandate under Article 45 of the African Charter through research, advocacy, engagement with states, and international mechanisms. It also made urgent interventions and stakeholder consultations concerning the rights of indigenous peoples, communities, and minorities in Africa. The report is organized in 6 parts. Namely, the first part is the introduction that I've just covered. The second part section outlines the activities undertaken within the working group framework. The third section addresses advocacy, public engagements, and institutional cooperation. The fourth section highlights urgent appeals and protection interventions undertaken by the working group. And the fifth section discusses key human rights concerns affecting indigenous populations, communities, and minorities during the reporting period. And finally, the final section presents recommendations and conclusions. So I now go to part 2 on the activities undertaken in the framework of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations and Minorities in Africa. The first item I would like to look at is a continental mapping study. During the reporting period, the working group continued to advance the draft study work on indigenous populations and communities in Africa, as well as work related to minorities. Attention was paid to integrating regional inputs, strengthening evidence and jurisprudence basis of the study, and refining thematic sections on land rights, conservation, climate change, extractive industries, indigenous women, youth, and participation in governance processes. The working group continued consultations with former and current expert members, indigenous representatives, technical experts, and partners to ensure that we adequately reflected on contemporary realities affecting indigenous populations in the continent. In the same framework, pursuant to Resolution ACP-HR 646, the working group convened a 2-day validation workshop on the draft study on indigenous populations in Africa between the 7th and 8th of February 2026 at the margins of the AU Summit in Addis Ababa. The workshop brought together indigenous representatives from the whole continent, former and current expert members of the working groups, representatives of African Union institutions, academia, civil society organizations, development partners, and United Nations Special Rapporteur's Office. I emphasize that the study constitutes a continuation and update of the landmark 2003 and 2005 report of the Commission on Indigenous Populations in Africa, and highlighted the need to move beyond general descriptions towards more empirical, grounded mapping and cognition of frameworks. The ultimate goal in this study is to come up with an indigenous map of Africa to assist us with advocacy work to help member states know and understand where these people are, their territories in their own member states. In this workshop, the participants sent me with a written letter to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Botswana to be their champion. I would be coming to this later. I also, during the intercessional period and at the margins of the African Union Summit, had consultation with the delegation of the Republic of Botswana on how I could deliver this important message that had been given. And they were able to find a way, and I'm very grateful to the delegation of Botswana, as we are very grateful to the President. I would want to say that also at the margins of the Executive Council, I had a series of high-level engagements at the 39th Summit with a few member states who were curious about the meeting we had in Addis, and I had a chance to explain to them what we were discussing. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the meetings additionally provided an opportunity to engage with also civil society, AU organs, and development partners to support the work of the working group. These engagements reinforce a growing recognition within the African Union that indigenous peoples, minorities, traditional institutions, and historically marginalized communities remain central to broader continental discussions concerning justice, reparations, inclusion, governance, cultural identity, and sustainable development in Africa. As earlier mentioned, the key highlight of this intercessional period was the meeting with His Excellency the President of the Republic of Botswana, President Duma Gideon Boko, on the 10th of March 2026 in Gaborone. I had carried this letter from the indigenous community, which I hoped to hand over to the President during the AU Summit at the margins. But those of you who are in the hall will recall that the summit ended at around 12:30, and my bilateral with the President was supposed to be at 2:30, which meant that it was not going to work at the margins of the summit, and a new plan had to be put in place, and it is in that capacity and for that reason that I traveled to Botswana when it was possible for me to hand over the letter. Alongside the letter, I also carried a copy of the African Charter, which I also presented to His Excellency the President. And acknowledging both of them, the President graciously agreed to be our champion, a champion for human rights, as well as champion for indigenous peoples in Africa. The chairperson and I wrote to the President to thank him for accepting the responsibility, and we look forward to the process that is normally followed in the African Union for the champion to be able to be effective. During the intercession period, in my capacity as a chairperson of the indigenous and minority peoples in Africa, I attended two ceremonies, a water and fire ceremony, in the village of Nkayi in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. This was 3rd to 6th of April 2026, and this was very spiritual for me as well, because it brought the issue of indigenous knowledge right to the fore of our work. At this ceremony, I was also able to meet other indigenous leaders who had been invited, and in particular, I would like to highlight that I was able to meet the traditional leader and healer of the Khoisan people, who is willing to work with us in the mapping of the Khoisan communities who are scattered in the Southern African region and also East African region. And he was willing with his team to work with us to identify the Khoisan communities in South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Tanzania. I, in my capacity as the Vice Chairperson of Extractive Industries, and also given my role as a chairperson of the indigenous communities, participated in a very important forum that was organized by the Commission in the 5th Regional Forum on Extractive Industries, Business, Human Rights, and Environment in Africa that was held in Dakar, Senegal. In my participation, I not only chaired one of the events, one of the plenary functions that was chairing the community's participation in this particular forum, but I was also able to highlight the issues that specifically relate to indigenous people when it comes to extraction, extraction industries, their marginalization, their relocation, and the lack of compensation, recognition, and reinstatement thereafter. During the engagement, I underscored the importance of protecting indigenous people's human rights safeguards, their participation, accountability, and environmental sustainability, as well as the use of community-centered approaches into extractive governance frameworks in Africa, particularly in contexts affecting indigenous populations and other historically marginalized groups. During the intersessional period, I was able to participate in the international, in the 18th session of United Nations Forum on Minorities Issues in Geneva, Switzerland. I invited by my counterpart who was able to join us here yesterday. I was able to participate in the theme, Contribution of Minorities to Diverse, Resilient, and Peaceful Societies in the forum, and that brought together United Nations mechanisms, regional human rights institutions, civil society, minority representatives from the globe, and indigenous representatives, academia, and human rights experts. I contributed to several thematic panel discussions focusing on trust building, social cohesion, inclusion, peace building, accountability, and recognition of contribution of minorities within African societies. My intervention drew substantially on our ongoing mapping study on indigenous populations and communities and minorities in Africa, which is being undertaken by us at the moment. In the panel on building trust and social cohesion, addressing barriers to peaceful coexistence, I emphasized that one of the greatest barriers to peaceful coexistence in Africa remains the denial or erasure of minority and indigenous identities, which contribute to invisibility, exclusion, and underrepresentation and structural grievances. I highlighted that mapping study demonstrates that no African state is homogeneous and that exclusionary governance approaches weaken social cohesion and democratic participation. In the main panel held in the plenary, which was led by Professor Nicholas, I shared the theme recognizing the full contribution of minorities. I emphasized the economic, cultural, political, and environmental, as well as institutional contributions of minorities and indigenous people. I also contributed to a discussion under the theme, Amplifying Minority Voices in Peace Building, Accountability, and Transitional Justice. Throughout the engagements, I underscored the importance of explicit recognition of minorities and indigenous peoples in national, legal, and policy frameworks, inclusive governance systems, disaggregated data collection, protection of cultural and linguistic rights, and meaningful participation of marginalized communities in governance, peace building, and development processes. I also participated in the 25th session of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues held in New York this last April. I participated in a couple of themes and presentations, and I'll summarize them. The first one was a high-level panel on the nexus between indigenous people and minorities in Africa. This was our own panel that that was co-hosted by myself and the UN Special Rapporteur on Indigenous, which was held at the African Union Permanent Observer Mission in New York, and which was very well attended. We had very good representation, and a lot of content came out of that high-level panel. As a result, there was a request that we make that panel annual. Secondly, I made a statement in the plenary of the 25th UN Open Forum and delivered a presentation on behalf of the Commission. In my presentation, I highlight the Commission's jurisprudence and indigenous people's rights, the work of the working group, the ongoing mapping studies that we are undertaking, the recognition, we recognize the challenges that we face, which are not peculiar to those shared by other parts of the world, participation rights, land and natural resources rights, and institutional development concerns that surround indigenous peoples and minorities. I then participated in a panel on right to development, which is a force under ECOSOC in the Commission. And since I was in New York representing the Commission, I had the opportunity to deliver an intervention in the panel entitled The Role of Regional Mechanisms in Realizing the Right to Development. In this intervention, I emphasized the Commission's jurisprudence and Article 22 of the African Charter and highlighted the importance of participation, equity, land rights, and inclusion in development processes affecting indigenous communities. I was also invited to speak at the launch of the International Yearbook, which was marking its 40th anniversary, and in this I highlighted the importance of sustained documentation, feasibility, and independent monitoring in strengthening accountability and protection of indigenous peoples globally. I was very pleased when I looked at that huge book, which was over 1,000 pages. The first cases that were represented in the book were African cases. And so I felt that we were in the center of that publication. I also participated at the 25th anniversary of the commemoration of the appointment of a UN Special Rapporteur for Indigenous Peoples in the United Nations. And I conveyed the Commission's congratulations to the current mandate holder, Dr. Barume from the DRC, who is doing a beautiful and great job for us in the global arena, and who actually happened to be one of the members of the working group of this mandate that I chair. And so we felt that we had taken one of our own to the global scene. The other item I would like to report is the partnership and capacity building. During the reporting period, the working group continued to strengthen cooperation with various partners, especially the International Working Group on Indigenous Affairs, United Nations Special Rapporteur's Office, academia, the UN that has supported these two studies, the EU, and indigenous people themselves. Without preempting the Sudan report, I would like to say that I participated as a member of the fact-finding mission to Sudan, and one of my role was to look at the ethnic issues around the war. This would be covered by the report, but I thought it's important to demonstrate that the Commission was able to make sure there is a person in the FFM who was looking at indigenous issues. The third part of my report is public statements, urgent appeals, and protection interventions. During the reporting period, I co-signed and supported several urgent appeals and protection-oriented interventions concerning issues affecting indigenous populations and communities in Africa. In March 2026, I co-signed a joint letter of urgent appeal concerning allegations of mass displacement of indigenous communities in Oromia region, Ethiopia, linked to the proposed Bishofu Mega Airport project. The communication raised concerns relating to 1, forced displacement and absence of meaningful consultation, free, prior, and informed consent, cultural identity, and compensation concerned. In April 2026, I also co-signed a joint letter of concern regarding the alleged displacement of indigenous communities in Ngorongoro Conservation Area in the United Republic of Tanzania. The communication highlighted concerns relating to relocation policies, restrictions on access to grazing land and cultural sites, participation and consultation standards, risks of forced displacement, protection of indigenous communities, including the Maasai, Ndatoga, and Hazebe communities. The working group continued utilizing urgent appeals, advocacy interventions, and communication as part of the Commission's broader mandate to prevent violations and strengthen protection of indigenous populations and communities in Africa. The fourth item in my report is cross-cutting human rights concerns. During the reporting period, the working group continued observing persistent and emerging human rights challenges affecting indigenous populations, communities, and minorities across Africa. Particular concerns include conservation-related displacement, extractive and transition mineral projects affecting indigenous lands and livelihoods, lack of disaggregated data concerning indigenous populations and minorities within the national population censuses, socio-economic marginalization, cultural erosion, environmental degradation, and increasing vulnerability of indigenous women and youth, among others. The working group also continued to observe tensions between conservation frameworks and indigenous people's rights, particularly regarding to access to land, grazing areas, water resources, and cultural sites. The working group continued to encounter several challenges affecting the implementation of its mandate, including inadequate disaggregated data, limited feasibility of indigenous and minorities issues within national frameworks, inconsistent implementation of the framework for indigenous communities, difficulties in obtaining reliable demographic data, continuing protection concerns affecting indigenous communities in several states, and financial constraints. Recommendations. There are a couple of recommendations before I conclude, and the first ones relate to state parties, where we call on state parties to strengthen legal and policy recognition frameworks concerning indigenous populations, communities, and minorities, to improve the implementation of frameworks for indigenous communities and meaningful participation standards, prevent arbitrary displacements, strengthen safeguards relating to land, culture, and natural resources, improve data collection and disaggregation, and strengthen protection of indigenous women and youth. To national human rights institutions and civil society, we encourage them to support community to strengthen advocacy initiatives, to support dissemination of mapping studies, and to continue engagement with the Commission and the working group. To development partners, and international organizations to support the finalization, translation, and dissemination of the 2 studies that we are undertaking, to strengthen technical and institutional cooperation with the working group, and to support capacity building initiatives, including to member states and the PRC relating to indigenous peoples and minorities. In conclusion, Chairperson, the working group wishes to thank His Excellency President Duma Gideon Boko of the Republic of Botswana for accepting to be the champion of indigenous people in Africa. The working group reaffirms its commitment to advancing the promotion and protection of rights of indigenous populations, communities, and minorities in Africa, and takes this opportunity to note that we continue to monitor and record the ongoing study, and we'll be sharing this with member states as soon as it is out, in order to strengthen regional and international engagement and reinforce the Commission's effort towards evidence-based and context-responsive protection frameworks concerning indigenous minorities in Africa. The working group will continue engaging constructively with state parties, indigenous representatives, civil society organizations, academic institutions, and international partners to ensure effective implementation of the Charter and the realization of the indigenous populations, communities, and minorities in Africa. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for the presentation of your report. I'm now going to open the floor for discussion and get the statements of those who would like to interact with you following your presentation. I'm going to start with the state parties, and I'm going to give the floor to Botswana. Botswana, you have the floor, please.
As an honorable, so I want to take these opportunities to bring greetings from the Republic of Botswana on behalf of the President of the country, President Duma Gideon Boko. Mr. Chair, I would like to write on the protocol and observe all commissioners here present and other dignitaries attending. And in particular way, thank Dr. Litha Ogana for her presentation. The Republic of Botswana appreciates the recent engagement with the African Commission represented by Dr. Honorable Litha, engaged with the President of the Republic, President Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, to address issues around, particularly those affecting the Khoisan. This comes after a realization that despite vulnerabilities. On a pleasant note, Mr. Chair, to note that our President, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, power in 2024, following a historic democratic election. Rights champion. And it's very important, Mr. Chairperson, to note that his interest wants to make his contribution in the transition of that, because in the past that was not the case. It's also important to indicate that in demonstrating this positive commitment, the an interministerial committee on the rights of indigenous people in 2025. And the whole intent is to be accessible to all indigenous people in the country, and the outcome of the report is intended to correct all anomalies and violations and indigenous people. The government of Botswana commits to continue engaging with the Commissioner of Indigenous People to uphold the rights of indigenous people in Botswana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Minister. The Commissioner has taken due note of your statement and would like to request you to extend to President Boko a positive position for all the interest that he has for the human rights cause in general, and in particular for the cause of the indigenous peoples. I don't see any further requests of the floor from state parties or human rights commissions. So I'm going to give the floor now to civil society organizations that requested it. I'd like to invite the Forum for Development and Human Rights and number 560 of observer status number. Are they present? I'd like to invite indigenous working groups for an indigenous working group number 515. Are they present? Africa Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, Dr. Naji. You have the floor, please.
On behalf of the African Center, we would like to express our appreciation for the comprehensive report by Dr. Lita. And also we want to extend our congratulations for the activities that have been done during the intersession from October to April. We have been invited and attending the workshop on community discriminated on work and decent in Niger. We have been also participating in the conference that was in Addis Ababa on the mapping of indigenous people, and we think as an organization this study will give us an overview, a picture of indigenous people and the challenges that they are undergoing in Africa. So, Honorable Commissioner, we have some recommendations. I will be brief. The first one, we commend the implementation and the adoption of the resolution of the African Commission 646 on 2025 during the 85th ordinary session, with mandated the update of the 2003-2005 landmark report on indigenous communities. We note with the great interest the validation of the workshop for the draft study on indigenous population held in February 2026 in Addis Ababa. The finalization of this study is a continental priority. We applaud the Commission for its historic decision in Communication 588/15 of the Batwa of DRC, which reaffirm indigenous people's right to their ancestral land and provide a crucial instrument for advancing the right to development, free, prior, and informed consent, and effective remedies. However, the reality across the continent remains dire and alarming. Indigenous communities are facing mounting pressure from a large-scale extractive industry and aggressive conservation. They are also among those most vulnerable to the devastating impact of climate change, with a pastoral and hunter-gatherer in the Horn and the Sahel facing increasingly severe drought. We urge the Commission to demand that state move from recognition to concrete protection through national legislation. 5, we call upon states legally recognize indigenous communities and protect their right, including their collective right over ancestral land and natural resources. Guarantee free, prior, and informed consent before any project affecting their territory. Promptly and fully implement the decision of the African Commission Court on Human People's Rights, particularly the landmark ruling, the right of the Indorus and Ojaic. We urge the Commission to ensure the final mapping study yield clear, actionable recommendation for a member state. Task the working group on indigenous people to develop a specific guidelines for states on implementing the Batwa decision and its principle. Honorable Commissioner, we thank you for your report, and we stress on the importance of the connection between your mechanism and the mechanism of extractive industry and also business and human rights. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naji. The list for request of the floors have been exhausted, and I'd like to bring the discussions on the report to a close and return the floor to Commissioner Litha to answer the questions that have been put to her and make her final remarks. Thank you very much. Dr. Litha, you have the floor, please.
Thanking the minister from Botswana who has just taken the floor, and the representative from the NGO forum representing NGOs that met before to prepare for this open session. I think we welcome very warmly the historic and groundbreaking work that the President is doing on human rights at national level and championing the rights of indigenous people in his own country first and in our continent. And I think we as a commission are very happy and pleased to work with His Excellency as one of the few champions in the continent on human rights. Having been a professor of human rights himself, we see that his patronage is going to be very useful to us as a commission, and we look forward to working with him. We also would like to congratulate His Excellency's government for the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Indigenous People, and we would like to follow the work of that committee. We would like to benefit from the findings so that we can share this with other member states that may want to also have similar committees, so for them to better understand the issues of indigenous people. And so we're just very grateful, and we welcome all the good news we are hearing from Botswana in terms of creating a pathway for indigenous people to come to the forefront in terms of our conversations. So convey our greetings and our gratitude. On the NGO intervention, you know, I think I'm happy I raised that. I have 2 reports. So the mission to Niger is in the other report. It should be in my report, this particular report. But when I went through the 2 reports, I realized that I went with an officer from the other mandate. This is what sometimes happens, but the important thing is that we are going to present the trip to Niger very, very clearly in the other report, where we undertook a trip to go and visit a community that is discriminated by work and descent. That is what we call modern day slavery. And we were shocked by what we saw, and I'll be sharing that. But thank you for highlighting that, because we were together in this study. On the issue of the participation of the center in the indigenous work that we are doing, we welcome that. In fact, the center has recently started introducing a pre-summit of indigenous people and religious people at the same time, traditional leaders, which I understand will be now in October. And so we also welcome that new addition in the way the forum does its business, because it is helping us to elaborate further on the issues that some of the concepts that our people need to understand. We have listened to your recommendations, and we take good note of them, and especially the recommendation for specific guidelines. We take note of that, and I want to say that we will look at it, and if we need your collaboration, we will come back to you so that we can work together in this particular assignment. So, Chair, having said that, I think most of the interventions were more of comments and recommendations. I don't think I have any questions to answer. Mine is just to thank the delegates for their kind attention, and to thank the 2 interventions that we have received in response to this report. Chair, I thank you and submit.
Thank you.
Sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, I've been requested to announce a side event on the situation of human rights defenders in North Africa. The situation of human rights defenders in North Africa taking place today between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. and it will take place in Press Room 1. It's being organized by International Commission of Jurists, Committee for Justice, among others. Press Room 1 from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. A side event on the situation of human rights defenders in North Africa in 2026. Thank you.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion.
honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëri doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
the heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream. Protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
Welcome to The Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëri doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink, it is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream, protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancrée dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires expose les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.